I had to resize the window because for some reason, this particular game runs at a very weird screen resolution compared to the other Genesis games I played. Hey there, kitty. Now, I know people have told me there is a patch that fixes the save issue. I am not using that patch. I instead found a better one. And that patch actually allows me to play Wily Tower right from the beginning. Also, I pressed the wrong button. So yeah, you can do all 4 of them now. We'll do them in order, of course. Alright, you have to press start. I usually start with cut, man. Oh, that flashing. So yeah, this is Mega Man on a 16-bit style. And I will say that this is not great. Wait, why is Nightbot not working? It's on there. It's now not allowing any commands? Why is it doing that? What the frick is going on? Like, the automatic thing works. Hang on, what if I do it? Wow, not bot just falling asleep on the job. Oh, fine. You could take a break, but you're gonna get written up afterwards. So I don't know if this is running at the correct speed, because, well, I went into RetroArch and I set it to PAL mode, because I mean this game was only for PAL regions at the time. So it feels kind of slower, like more than I thought it would be. But I mean, the gameplay seems to run at a tolerable speed, so there's that. Also, I feel like this collection, as a request, feels like cheating. Because, well, it's 4 games at once. In fact, 3 of them have their NES counterparts already requested. Then again, DKC 2 is also requested twice on both SNES and GBA, which I find pretty funny. By 2 different people, of course. Can I eat Nightbot into space? Maybe later. It seems like only the automatic commands work. The fire rate just feels kind of off, too. Like, I feel like I should be firing faster. Like, even with the slower bullet speed. But I digress. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Just have to back up a little bit. Eventually, we'll be playing the NES version, which is better. Oh wow, Nightbot actually works. It's slow, okay? It's a little slow. Oh wow, the slower speed lets me dodge that robot a lot easier. That's a relief. The threat of yeeting definitely sparked its energy right there. Alright, cut, man. Uh-oh. I'm noticing a problem here! Comment only takes 1 damage per Buster shot now. I thought it would take more than that. Didn't it take more damage in the NES version? What is this? Well, at least it lets me jump over. It jumps over me. Gotcha. Alright, what if I just take it off PAL mode? I don't think it really makes a difference. I think I should go to Bomb Man next. Actually, it may not update until you reset the game. Ah, forget it, just go. Dun, dun, dun. It's borderline jazz now. Well, at least I know this game quite well. Warts and all. Especially when you get to the last part of the game. And we'll be going over, like, one of the things that I don't like about the last part of the game. Especially when you get to Wily Castle. Once we get there. It just bounces off its head. Okay, I'm starting to think the rolling cutter is not helpful here. We won't be using that. Yeah, when I did the Let's Play for this on YouTube, I probably put it on the wrong settings. Back in the day. So I didn't fully understand how they worked back then. So I thought, well, it's on the same system, so it should all be the same, right? How wrong I was. Oh, but you got me, huh? The slower hertz of the game will actually help me in this. So there's that. Oh, got an extra life. That bounce! What was that? I think there was like one side you could free fall and be okay. No, you can't. You have to do it from the middle. There we go. Okay, this one seems to take 2 damage to my Buster. So that's good at least. That part seems to be working fine. Gotcha. And the bomb just disappears. I'm getting a message on Facebook now? Like, not before I'm streaming? Hang on, be right, give me a moment. Of course they wait till I'm streaming. Oh my god, this is... Like, Murphy's Law on timing, am I right? Alright, so I beat Bomb Man, so I guess I should go to Guts Man, right? Yeah, it is Guts Man. Oh right, I forgot this part. They just shoot you on pop-up. Also, this platform looks very suggestive, if you look at it very closely. I will not elaborate any further. Oh, no, I didn't see that one. Oh. I had the right idea, and then that happened. Yeah, we have a new sound effect now. I just heard something really random, and then I had to look it up because it took me a while to think what it was. And then when I found it, well, there's our new blurb.
Frustrated isn't the goddamn word for it! This is
okay, I landed on it. Good.
Wonderful!
Oh, that was close. Guess I can take advantage of that. I gotta answer this too. Oh, my phone is freezing too. Still haven't got the new one yet. Luckily there's nothing attacking me, so I don't have to pause. I think one of these holes has a 1-up. I think if I fall on this side, I can get it? Nope, that's for something else. Completely! Maybe it's here for a 1-up. Oh, I got it! Feel a little bit floatier when you hit the ceiling, at least. That's actually good. And yet, despite this, the game somehow still feels off. And I think a lot of it is because I grew up more with the traditional Mega Man. Hey there, Dino. That just playing it any other way, you're just gonna find flaws everywhere, even if they may not exist. Oh, it's Guts Man. Oops. Got it. Still, like, only a handful of bombs. And that's how you get it done. Hang on. This is getting annoying. Timing, am I right? I think it's Electman next. Okay, the best thing to do is just make this more tolerable for yourself by just throwing some cutters. Yeah, I remember hating this level back in the day. Well, I didn't grow up with Mega Man 1. Thankfully. Otherwise, that would have made me resent that series. So I'm thinking, oh, they're all gonna be like this. Oh. I don't think I should go that way. I should go right. I got through that annoyance. We're still not out of the woods yet. Too bad this wasn't like Mega Man 5 where they drop lives more often. My first was probably 6, and that was when I was visiting my cousin. Then it was 3, and then 2, and then pretty much 1, 4, and 5 were pretty much around the same order. Yeah, there's the magnet beam. Good thing we got it because it is mandatory. Oh, there's an extra life. I was wondering would it ever be dropped. Like, goodbye, cruel world. Just jumps right off to its doom. We're making good timing in this level, at least. Ow! Oh, it actually hit me. I was doing so well avoiding that at the time. Yeah, I gotta do this very slowly. Try not to mess up the Electman fight, because then you gotta climb up the ladder again. I forgot you usually don't play fan games? What do you mean? This is not a fan game. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? Oh my god, he just went through it! For YouTube channel? It's a rarity. I'm not saying I never do, but it's a rarity. Okay, well at least I got through that fight. That one just seems like way harder than it needs to be. Look at Iceman! That portrait looks like he's seen some shit. Like just walked in on his grandparents doing it. And now his eyelids are just permanently affixed. Oh wow, you can't pause until you stop completely. When you're on the snow. That's a choice. It's like, Wily, what are you doing with that yellow devil? Can you not? Alright, I'm half tempted to just use the magnet beam here. Yeah, just skip all this crap. Oh. No! That's pretty much how you do it. Oh, wow. It waits till your momentum stops, even if you're against a wall. As if there's momentum still there. That kind of sucks. Oh, I hated this part so much. Gee, I wonder why they give you big energy here. You don't suppose have anything to do with this crap, huh? No, no, no! Mulliganing. Otherwise, I'd go all the way back there. With less magnet beam energy. Alright, you know what? Just take that off and go back to the Buster. Oh my god. What if we just never realign ourselves? Speaking of Mega Pony, what? Nobody's speaking of Mega Pony. Oh, like somebody else was. I don't see myself going back to it. Like, I played it, it's done. Also, hey there's Silverblade. Did I ever play Mega Man Network Transmission? Well, if you take a look in my my channel and you see all the playlists, it's there. I played it like maybe a couple years ago? So it's not a very old playthrough either. Okay, I don't remember Iceman being tough. Especially with Thunder Beam. See ya. Kinda like the original NES soundtrack of Mega Man, I do too. Well, I like a lot of things more about the NES version. I could scroll your list for a long time. You played all the games. Well, luckily in my channel, like my main channel profile, there's like a link to a spreadsheet that has them all in a playlist, or like listed in alphabetical order, and it links to playlists. So that's a resource for people that don't want to comb through YouTube's collection of playlists. Now let's just use the Thunder Beam for a while. That's where you can shoot those fireballs. The backgrounds are okay. Sadly, that's usually what most of this game's got going for it. There we go. We need the ice shot on those. Ice Slasher, it's called. Tend to mess up on that name. Hey there, hidden chickens. Nope. There's no point going that way. Also never understood why dropping down there was considered a pit. Like, that gap before the ladder. Like, I'm sure I could just recover that. Is that gonna shoot again? No, it's fine. Okay. So I can use Ice Slash to get past that, or use the Magnet Beam. Well, I guess you know what I chose. Alright, fine. I guess I'll just jump over you and get hit. That's what you want, huh? Have it your way. I'll take damage even if I didn't want to. Yeah. Why did I just bring up Dead Solid? Like, why does it do that? Like, look, when I throw the rolling cutter and I land, I just stand still. I don't remember. I don't know if that's in the NES version. Also, Fireman seems easier here. So it's less frenetic than on the NES. So it's all over the place. Well, of course I went in the wrong order. I should have tapped left once. Alright, Wily Castle. Oh, pick me up, please. Oh yeah, this pacing is very, very toned down, as you can see. Just gonna back up very gently. Don't even know why I bothered to destroy that. It would have nothing for me that I could possibly want. Thank you. Huh. All right. Ah, I shot it too early. There we go. That's an easier way to avoid the obstacles there. Alright, so there is definitely one thing I did not like about Wily Castle, well, in Wily Wars, like the first level. You know how sometimes, if you are really low on weapon energy, that you can always just go back to one certain spot, and it will just respawn so you can rebuild it, in case you're really low on magnet beams, which you need to beat this level. They do not respawn in this one. So once you grab them, that's it. They don't come back. So you had to get it in one go, otherwise just game over, and then try again. I didn't know they would fly all the way up there. Did they ever do that in the NES version? Did they ever fly all the way up to the spikes? I felt like they only go so high. What the fuck? Oh. Well, guess you want me to use the magnet beam, huh? Let's see how it is now. Yeah, I think it was, these spawns for weapon energy. Because look! Oh. Why is it so narrow? Oops. I feel like even if you tapped it in the NES version, you get more. Oh, well, I guess I can't use the, pause buffer. So we cannot cheese Yellow Devil here. Oh well. At least you can see when the projectiles are moving better. Did that miss somehow? Oh wow, you have to be really fast. Yeah, I guess that second attempt missed. Cool, thanks game. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, I think we got this. Need 2 or 3 more and we're done. Really, the only thing hitting me in this fight so far was a shot. Okay, one more. See ya. The lightning attack pause trick? No, because I pressed select and nothing happened. What does the C button do in this case? I'm gonna try. Would it be the C button? Nope, that also just pauses the game. Oh. Hold on a second. Okay. Ow. Rude. Ah! Ooh, that was close. Ah, you pissant! Oh, that didn't do much for me either. I think, like, just you throwing blocks at Codman would have done a nice bit. Just there's no blocks to throw in this fight. So it makes no difference. This arena is easier to maneuver than the previous one. Gotcha. There, get some health back. Whoa, that started firing again so soon. Wow, that was only like a couple shots. Fuck! Yeah, this fight still sucks. Wow. He just, like, decided to stick to my sprite. Like, I know contact damage hurts you, so I'm gonna exploit it. Pretty much anybody that says Mega Man 1 is too hard compared to the other games usually point to Elect Man. Like, that's the guilty party there. Fuck you too, game. It's going from bad to worse now. It just does all the things to insult you. Oh, I hate this game so much. You were saying such good things about me before. I'm gonna make you regret every one of them. Oh, I love the tried and true strategy of just hugging you. Great strategy, thanks game. What if there was nothing you could do but your current predicament? Okay, well at least the checkpoint was right here. I think the Firestorm is somehow the better weapon to use? Or not? Yeah, the perfect timing! Just pick the worst timing! The absolute worst timing. Cool. Good job, Bangaa. In case you couldn't tell, I'm really tilted. My weakness is letting someone get too close. I'm like the pro tag in Mega Man Star Force. With only a third of the whininess. Oh yeah, I know when I'm gonna jump over it too. They looked at this fight and said, yeah, maybe we should make E-Tanks a thing. Finally. What a dumb boss. Made even dumber here for some weird reason. Hey Neil, welcome to the show. We're playing the Mega Man 1 part of the Wily Wars. And regret is sinking in immediately. Okay, well at least this particular boss is not too bad. Oh hey there, Kara and Hero Link, good to see you too. Well, I think I'd rather more weapon energy. Oh, I'm not even full on Guts power either. Because whenever you beat a level in the Wily Castle, you don't get your weapon energy back. I know it was like that in other Mega Man games, but you really start to feel it here. I would like to have plenty of Guts energy for the boss. I mean, look how fast you can go in this. Oh, I don't have any Firestorm. I should get some of that. There we go. Okay, the trick here is not to use all your guts immediately. Just use it on the later ones. There we go. I still remember that trick, if you can call it a trick. Alright, now we're on the last level of this game. How am I doing? I'm doing alright for a Monday. I like how the weapon energy is just floating. What a strange game. It doesn't even fall. Okay, I remember this part coming up. I think this might be the last part where Magnet Beam is considered useful. Then after that is just the rest of the boss rush, and then finally Wily. Okay, so let me go grab this. There, it fills up everything. There we go. I forget who the first boss is. Maybe it's Bomb Man? Yep, it's Bomb Man. So you need fire for this. Wow, it's just using the absolute worst RNG for jumps. I took 2 hits. And you don't get any health in between bosses. Just glad Fireman is a joke in this version. I think it's Iceman and finally Gutsman. Alright, now I need bombs. Got him. Actually took no hits to Gutsman. I'm a bit surprised by that too. Pretty sure this is the weapon you would need for the Wily fight. One of the weapons, at least. There's 2 phases to it. Hope you enjoy it. I still haven't taken mine out of the wrapper. Alright, phase 2. Oh, fire is good against both phases. Nice. I'm not even going to look at you, Wily. I know you're faking it. It's gotta be around 10 years? That's not that scary. I think some people here have been watching for longer than that. Mega Man has ended the evil domination of Dr. Wily and restored the world to peace. However, the never-ending battle continues until all destructive forces are defeated. Fight, Mega Man, for everlasting peace. Because it's about to continue. Alright, reset the game. I hope that didn't mess up the speed to change now that it's been resetted. Okay, at least it saves regardless. Alright, Mega Man 2. You don't get to choose the difficulty this time. Like, that's just it. You're locked into whatever they give you. Oh, the game's kind enough to give you an E-Tank right away. Alright, we'll just kill ourselves. Thanks. Alright, well, I guess we'll just farm for E-Tanks early. We'll get a head start on some E-Tank farming. Okay, it should save the E-Tank I got. Yup, it does. I'll just take a second one and that'll be it. This really... like, this slower version of Metal Man's song really just screams YouTuber cover. And it's usually Wily 1 theme from Mega Man 2 that they cover till the end of time. And which some people to this day likely still do. Because it's like the best song ever. And what if we just kept making covers of it forever? Yeah, I guess they just give you a difficult mode, and that's your default. I guess that's it, huh? Fine. Be that way, game. Take away that option for me. Don't worry, eventually I'll be playing Mega Man 2 on this channel the way it was meant to be played. In 8-bit form. Whoop! Ah, nice. It's still zooming towards me. Did I ever plan to go for so long? I didn't really have a planned for how long it was gonna take. I just did back then what I do now, which is just wing it. Look how big Metal Man's feet look in this. They just really stand out more than you think. Oh, whoa, ah! This is gonna be a war of attrition right there. No. Gotcha. Honey barbecue and lemon pepper wings. Yo, I could go for all those right now. Mega Man looks like he just got out of bed. It's like, what is it now, Dr. Light? What do you mean that full fuck's at it again? I'm trying to sleep here. I forgot how grumpy Mega Man looks in this version. That's so good! Oh my god, that's crazy. Alright, Woodman. Uh-oh, that's a lot of bats. This calls for Metal Blade. Too bad Metal Blade is really good against the bats, but terrible against the rabbit. Just feels like a waste. Oh, I guess I didn't want that weapon energy anyway. Yep, there's the sweet spot. Oh, so it looks like all the fireballs, or all the flame breaths go really long. Oh, I thought that was a sweet spot. Like, some of them could get short, and some of them could get long. But in this, they're all long. Oh, except for that one. I got lucky there. And there. Okay, so far so good. Alright, now we get to the part with the monkeys and the birds. Look at all the goodies you can get if you let the egg fall. Sometimes it's a good idea to do that on purpose. Like, let them fall. And you might get a lot of good stuff. Maybe an extra life if you're really lucky. Alright, get rid of the metal blade, because it's useless against the upcoming enemy. Ow! I just got kicked in the face! How could you do this, Roadrunner? kinda mean. Uh-oh. Oh, you can't jump over it? Well, yes, you can. I've just been very unlucky several times. Got it. That could have been dangerous. Get equipped with melatonin to help you sleep better. Alright, Bubble Man next. Well, this background looks pretty cool. Oh, thought that was gonna hit me. Oh, sweet, an extra life. Oh, these don't fall even if you take the lightest step on them. That's very generous. Oh, wow, that's rude. All that goodwill is gone now. Yeah, that can help you destroy the shrimp. Favorite SNES action RPG? I don't really play a lot of action RPGs on the SNES. Probably Soul Blazer or Terranigma would be up there. There we go. Metal Blade makes quick work of that mid-boss. Well, I guess it makes quick work of almost anything, when you think about it. Huh, okay. I gotta be really careful. My jump input dropped. I'm not redoing all the second half of that level again. That's a huge setback there. Oh. Did that just make me bounce? When I got hit mid-air? Wow. Missed all those shots earlier. That was weird. Some might say rewinding is cheating. I call it respecting the viewer's time. I mean, I'm just glad I have a community that kinda just doesn't care about it that much. Oh, bubble lead. Alright, Airman. He looks like he's just looking at something on the ground. So, what is that? I don't know. I got a fan on my chest. Alright, here's a level that doesn't completely respect the viewer's time. Because you have to wait for each one of these horns to go back down. I think Metal Blade works well against this goon, does it? About the same. Just better to aim. Take your sweet time. Thank you. I remember constantly just jumping where there were clouds in case one of them led to a bottomless pit. Because you already fall behind clouds here when you're supposed to. Ooh, I thought that was gonna hit me. Guess Terranigma wasn't releasing Canada too? Well, yeah, because we're pretty much in the North America region, same as the US. That's pretty much why. Ah, did you? That looks so weird. Get me out of this level. It's weirding me out. Alright, time to put some leaves in your turbines. See ya. I remember when I used to do videos of trying to take out the Robot Masters without taking a single hit and using only the Buster. Airman was the worst because sometimes you'll get the undodgeable pattern. I get the air shooter. Oh yeah, they didn't fix this from the NES version, where they made this message extremely slow, and you can't skip it. That hasn't changed. Item 2! Guess I'll go to Crashman next. Goodbye. Get away from me, Tellies. Well, at least I don't take a lot of damage when I get hit. In fact, so little compared to Mega Man 1. Local ECHL team had to change a game. Game 4 is on Thursday. Is that because of the weather delay? was causing issues with travel. I think I heard something about that. Which I'm not surprised, because right here it really looks like Silent Hill. Light. I really love just waiting here until I can climb the ladder. Oh, I usually get hit by that. Kinda reminds me to take a picture of the sun when it appears again. What's a sun? I don't know what a sun is. We never had a sun. Oh, what am I doing? I should be using metal blades when I climb up the ladder. That's why. I just dropped the egg into the abyss. It'll sort itself out. It's fine. I was wondering if it was just gonna jump. And it does. Oh! It almost landed on me. Let's give it the A weapon. Just blast some condensed air into Crashman's face. Total pushover with the air shooter. Get equipped with the Crash Bomber. Now he's orange instead of peach. Alright, Flashman. It's like, what if Mega Man was thick? Get out of here, you! Alright, with Crash Bomber you can destroy these walls. Doesn't destroy this guy easily, though. Alright, I've been slipping. We're supposed to jump again. How dare you? How could you betray me like this? I'll take that. Nice. Here's some platforming we can do. What if we just skip that? What if we just make it easier on ourselves? Wow, that thing still consumes energy even if you get off of it. Alright, we have 4 E-Tanks now. That's the most we can carry in the game at one time. Hey, guess what? Here's another boss weak against the Metal Blade. Yo, he really got up in my personal space. Look at this shit. And he paid the price. He's like, I'm tired of these robot masters all getting up in my space without asking for permission. Alright, item 3 is ready. I think you get item 1 in a Heatman stage, if I remember. I guess we'll go to Heatman next. Suppose there's no harm in doing so. Like, hey! Got any more of them special brownies? He just looks so zoned out of his trees. I will say that the 16-bit version of this song is a real step down. Liked it way better on the NES. Oh, cool. I like my extra lives extra crispy. Thanks. Much appreciated. Yep, they're back. The damn Yoku blocks. They weren't even originally called Yoku blocks. They were called something like that in a fan game and people just ran with it. Are you kidding me? Forced me to use the Crash Bomber. Is that it? Is that how you want it? Oh, that's gonna get me killed. Like, that weird effect. This is how you practice self-care in Mega Man 2. You just skip this. Why platform when you can just ride? Oh, they really took that many hits. Alright, get the lead bubbles. Done. And there we go, that's Heatman. Beaten by bubbles. The atomic fire. Item 1 completed. Now we have actual platforms to use. that aren't rockets. Alright, last but not least, Quick Man. This guy definitely sucked doing his level back in the day. Ah, yes, getting item 1 after item 2. Hey there, TK Bomber, good to see you. I mean, I got 2, then 3, then finally 1. And hey there, Resurgence. Are the wars wily? They're wily enough. Oh, another E-Tank I didn't need. Cool. I can use Flashman's weapon to help against the lasers. But I guess because I've played this game so much, eventually you just get used to it. Also, here's an enemy that really should have been in Heatman's level, not this one. Why was here? I don't know. Maybe Capcom didn't know either. We just rolled with the punches and called it a day. Of course you won't jump when I want you to. I think Crash Bomber also works against Quick Man, but it's usually Flashman's weapon that helps. Yeah, if I can aim it correctly. Wow, I'm just missing every time now. Watch how helpless you are now, Quick Man. That should be considered torture. Equip with Quick minus Boomerang. Okay, now for Wily Castle. Mega Man looks like said he get the lasers instead? But that means Quick Man would have to have the lasers himself. And could you imagine fighting a boss that can fire Quick Man lasers at will? I wouldn't want that. That would be horrifying. It's like, oh, I get to instant kill you. Instantly. That's how instant kill works. Suck on that. Well, now for the anthem that pretty much every middle-aged YouTuber that likes Mega Man in their 30s or 40s listens to all the time and does covers of. What do I think about Wild Arms 1? I don't have any thoughts towards it. Played it a couple of times, it was okay, but I never finished it. Not enough to have deep thoughts towards it. I like how I'm using item E here. Not item 3, item E. Okay, that'll help. Okay, there we go. This part's a bit annoying, because you really have to conserve your items. There, that should get it full. Oh, this prick again? Okay, now we get to this part. We have to conserve item 1. But you have to do it at an angle that you don't hit the ceiling before you hit the ladder. Like that, see? So we're gonna try that again. Fuck! Oh yeah, here's the other thing. You cannot use... Oh, that's better. You can't use item 2 while you're on an item 1 platform. Otherwise, I would have made that easier.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods.
Alright, I guess I'll have a celebratory drink before I face the dragon. Famous last words. Oh, it's gonna start scrolling immediately. Alright, I don't know if it's the same as in the NES version, but if it is, you might want to shield your eyes. Because there's gonna be some violent flashing. Okay, they took out the flashing, it's fine now. It's better on the eyes now, that's good. I was a bit worried they'd make this so rough. But the flashing is the best part! Until you have to wipe up all the drool off the floor. That's the worst part of it. Oh, an extra life that doesn't serve me anymore. Look how excited I look. I already got full E-Tank, so I didn't bother for that one. I don't trust that. I know I could have made that jump, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, this works like a dream. Especially if you get most of that weapon energy back. Imagine sitting a bit too close to the TV and that flashing happened. Why would I want to imagine that? That sounds painful. Although, to be fair, you're talking to a kid who back in the day used to play Duck Hunt, pointing the gun right at the screen. I'm supposed to fall there, you shit game? How does that kill you? I guess if you go too far to the left for some reason, falling down the gap you are supposed to go to kills you. Cool. Why? Who knows? Just because. So I guess we gotta do all that again. Alright, just drop straight down this time. Look at that! There was nothing that could tell me that's supposed to kill me. So the game was just making it up. The bubble head makes this fight go really well. As long as I stand on some of the black tiles, I cannot get hit. And here in this version, they give you a little tell. Which one's gonna move. Whereas the NES one I don't think did. Is the metal blade still amazing in this? As amazing as it can be! When it's on the difficult setting, which is the default setting in this one. Alright, now for Wily level 3. Oh yeah, this song. It's 4 notes. It's just 4 notes. This song's 4 notes. That's all it has going for it. The height of creativity from people at Capcom, everyone. Gotta be careful here, there's spikes everywhere. Oh wow, you fall super fast in the water compared to the NES version. Holy shit, that's fast. Hey there, Dario Ross. Good to see you. I don't know if I said your name right, but welcome to the show. I do stream a variety of different games around 5 days a week, usually retro ones. So today we're playing Mega Man The Wily Wars for the Mega Drive. Tomorrow will be episode 3 of Bangaa vs. Hudson. And now it's too early! Alright, I'm mulliganing that shit. I'm not doing all this shit again. First it's too late, then it's too early. I gave you enough chances, video game. Also, thanks for the follow, Dario. I appreciate it. I love Mega Man 2. Not just 2, I mean TOO2, but also TWO2. Although 3 I probably enjoy more than 2. Thanks for the clip. There are spikes everywhere. Oh, it's a guts tank. I'm spurting out my snarks at ya. Oh no, I'm defeated. We're not going to be asking that here, thank you. I would not like anybody here on the stream chat to be uncomfortable with these kinds of questions, thank you very much. Alright, so... this stage's boss is the worst one in the entire game. Mainly for reasons that if you run out of the weapon you need to beat it, you can't beat the boss. And then you have to farm for that same weapon. It sucks. It really does. I don't think I'm gonna go for that extra life. I don't think that's necessary. Alright, there's a fake block here. Oh! Oh, it's gonna fall straight down. Cool. Is it the worst V overall in a Mega Man game? It's one of the worst. Actually, Mega Man 2 has a couple bosses that require you to have a specific weapon to actually beat the boss at all. There's at least one in Mega Man 4, which is the final boss. There's one here in Mega Man 2, which is this boss. And another in Mega Man 2, which is also the final boss. I think Mega Man 3 had something like that, too. But at least you can't run out of that weapon very easily. So you have many easy outs. I find if you stand perfectly still and use the leaf shield, you get past that part, no problem. Is the game slower? It feels slower. That's because I have it set in PAL mode. This is a PAL game. Uh-oh, it's coming. Coming! Okay, we're fine. Oh. I'll just pretend I didn't need that weapon energy. Okay, I remember this jump being a pain in the ass, too. Like, I used to try that jump without just using item 2 to cheese it. Well, I've learned to practice self-care by just making the easy way happen. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oh, I didn't jump over it. Ah, you fucker. Alright, guess I'm using an E-Tank in this fight. Alright, first thing I need to do is get up there. I think I can take one more hit. See how quickly I regret that decision! Oh, that's a good dodge. Because you can't pause when the explosions are still there. Oh wow, I got both barriers at once with that same one. Uh-oh, I got knocked off again. Get up there, you prick! Oh my fuck. There! If I tried to destroy that barrier on the right side, I'd run out of crash bombs. If you do die, the barriers don't respawn. So it makes some of the fight easier. It's just better not to die, if you can help it. Okay, boss rush time. Just don't die. This is when they introduce actually giving you health pickups when you beat a Robot Master in the rematch. What? How did that not hit? Give me that. Alright, Woodman. There, just use the atomic fire. Two fully charged shots, and that's it. Oh, good thing I don't need atomic fire for the rest of the way. Because I don't think I do. Gee, I wonder who I'm facing here. Don't think the water gives it away, does it? Alright, who's next? Quick Man. Okay, I thought his AI was broken. I was getting excited. Now, instead of Quick Man, he's just Brisk Man. Just a brisk jaunt. There, Purple Shell Queen, welcome to the show. Alright, Crash Man. Okay, much better than before. I think it's just Flash Man and Metal Man next. Alright, here's the thing about Metal Man. His weapon is so powerful that even he is weak against it. He is weak against his own weapon, which carries over to every Robot Master in 3. Hey there, Turquoise. Good to see you. One-shot kill on easy mode. Yeah, you cannot pick easy mode here. Oh, right. I think it's Atomic Fire for this phase? Oh, you can't even charge it all the way. Yeah, you can't jump over the projectiles as easy in this version, so I'm just gonna take the death. Oh my god. You take insane damage to just a regular hit here. I think it's quick boomerangs for phase 2? No. Better not be crash bombers, because I don't have any. Maybe Metal Blade works here too? They work enough. Got him. And now for the final level. It's like, oh, you beat Wily there, but I thought that was it. Wrong. There's more. Alright, I wonder if you can do the same thing here like you could in the NES. It looks like you can. If you hold right the entire way and just jump when you need to, you'll never get hit by that. So Dr. Wily was an alien the whole time. Wink, wink. So yeah, you have to make sure you only use the bubble lead, because if you use any other weapon, he gets all his health back. Which really sucks if you discover that by accident. Oops. Oh, he's shooting that over my head. He's leading the shots. What a crafty boss. Like predicting where I'm gonna go before I go there. Oh, they kept the flashing in this part. Oh, I should have got extra batteries for this. This is what happens when you get your ultra power alien batteries at Costco. I'm sorry this time! I'm really sorry. I'm actually sorry this time. I swear. And the Megas are like, he's not sorry. He's never sorry. I bet I gotta do this shit again, too. And I bet he's gonna have, like, new kinds of bots to just copy what the other bots did, but stronger. Well, Dr. Light better make me a pet for this. I'll just keep walking. Always walking. That's all I know what to do now. Doesn't even turn his neck all the way in this one. I can't believe Mega Man died and got absorbed by grass. Alright, on to the third one. No rest for the wicked. Alright, Mega Man 3 time. As per tradition, we have to start with Top Man. It was written in the laws, you know. This is the Mega Man where they introduced Slide and Rush. Probably one of my favorite Mega Man games to play. Because I used to rent this one several times. And maybe it was on the second or third time I rented it, I finally beat the game. And it felt really good doing so. Especially given what you're up against in this. Why did they make Rush blue in this? It's so weird. Look at those big tops in the background. Just powering the facility. I just felt like something like this would have been more at home on the Super Nintendo than the Genesis. But that's just me. Sorry, kitty, you gotta go. Spin yarn balls at me. It's not cool. Whoop! There we go. Ah, I missed the top. Alright, I'm just gonna wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Ugh. Shagging this part up. And that was so close to the boss, too. Oh wow, he threw that one a bit higher. Now it's got the angles better. To be a little bit challenging. Alright, I guess I can do 3 bits of damage every cycle. Maybe 4 if you're lucky. And or impatient. Give me the 2! Oh, this part is really, really slow. More noticeable than I expected. Alright, top spin. Alright, next up is Shadow Man. Oh, this one's a certified banger, too. Oh, look, it's Proto Man. You know the whole gimmick of Proto Man having a shield? And it doesn't matter here, because you can hit him in the front and he still takes damage? It just becomes an afterthought in this game. Like, it's there, but what does it do? Nothing. Not against Mega Man. Oh, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest? I mean, that had like a lot of rocking themes for a game that was pretty mid. Compared to a lot of RPGs at the time. Oh yeah, these parachute freaks are coming. I find that using top spin also helps against them. In case you're wondering why I'm just like constantly jumping next to ledges, it's just that I find that the you have like a slight break when you're moving forward in this compared to the NES, and it just really throws me off. Trying to do this fight Buster only is a nightmare. Also seems they really... What the hell? How did it just go down to 0? Does it do that for every battle if you finish the weapon? You don't consume top spin as fast. I got the shh. Alright, we got the Rush Marine, which we'll only use a couple times in the entire game. Alright, Sparkman. Oh, this is a banger too. There's very few tracks in Mega Man 3 that I would consider very weak. Maybe one of the Wily stages, like the first half of them, not that great, but it's not bad. That guy's just flying around there with his arms up. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna put them together. Oh, my rate of fire for the Shadow Blade is gimped, though. I really don't like that. It was way faster in the NES. Here you have that bit of a delay, and I don't like it. Like, if your worst is just average, that's pretty good, at least. Oh, gotta be careful with this spot. Don't want all that trash hitting me. Like, you've seen some of the stuff I played. I've been hit by enough trash as is. Whoop! Hey, you can all fly off, I don't care. Alright, come forth, Sparkman. Got blades for ya. Look at that, no hit run, let's go. I can't tell. I don't know if there was like any other Mega Man stage where I just did a no-hit run throughout the entire thing. Except for maybe that one time, it might have been on Much Games that I played Mega Man 6, that I did a no-hit through Flame Man's level, and I didn't have his weakness. Now do Pharaoh Man no damage. That's not in this game. Hey there, Maddie, good to see you. Well, at least Mega Man looks less grumpy here. Alright, I'm gonna skip the regular boss order and go to Gemini Man. And you'll find there's a reason for that later on, which I'll tell you in due time. Oh wow, that still hit me. That was my fault. Gemini Man, no damage? No! I don't think that's gonna happen. You're setting your expectations too high. I did that once. Years and years ago, when I took several retries. And that was on the NES version. That might be weird to pull off on the Mega Drive one. If I pull it off by accident, that'd be great. But on purpose, might be a bit of an issue. Oh, you can't do the sliding glitch. When you could just, like, skip the cutscene and break the level. Gemini Man is easy to no damage, yeah, but, again, everybody's skill level is different, okay? Like, if I do it, cool, and if I don't, well, that's it. You'll just have to accept it. I know I can get that, but do I really want to waste that time trying to? You know what? I'll try it. What we got in this box? Oh! Weapon energy! That was well worth it, not. Isn't my avatar based on Shadow Man? Yes. Like, back when I was in this group called the Retro Gaming Rangers, that we just, like, picked avatars for ourselves based on each color of the Rangers, and I went with red. So that's pretty much how Red Shadow Man was born. Like, that was, like, really something back in 2009, maybe 2010. Like, very old back in the day, and I just pretty much stuck with it. Ow! Rude. You know, maybe I don't want to get that health. Did I already beat 1 and 2? Yeah, I beat that earlier today. What? I forgot you just jump right out of it. I thought you would just stay on. This game is kind enough to give you, like, some E-tanks pretty early in this level. I think Shadow Blade somewhat helps against Gemini Man, not as much as the snakes, but obviously I don't have that. It was either Shadow Blades or the Spark. Okay, it's Shadow Blades. Well, no hit run's dead. It was dead before it even started. Oh! Had to cut it close there. Had to make that look scarier than it actually was. Well, that's Gemini Man. Alright, now I want to go to Needleman. Now that we have his weakness. Oh, I didn't jump in time. Alright, fine, I'll let you all live. I got places to be. Ooh, that was a good jump. Oh, I thought I'd already jumped off. You can get an E-Tank in this level too. It's either that or the Dockbot section of Needleman stage. Might be both, actually. The sound effect didn't even play. That was weird. Oh yeah, there is an E-Tank here. Alright, there we go. Things going real solid. Come on, expose yourself, thank you! And now we're at the boss. Already. Let me get the J ready. Now, Gemini Laser is kind of a shitty weapon to aim. Because, well, you only get to fire one. That's why you should just wait till you're point blank and then shoot him in the face with it. And then you're less likely to miss. Nah! I got the needle cannon and the rush jet. Alright, so now we could go back to do the regular boss order. Because the reason is, Magnet Man has those Yoku blocks. If you grab the rush jet here, it makes your life a lot easier. That's really why I just deviated from the regular boss order I do. That is how I practice self-care in Mega Man 3. Then maybe you don't want to do the Yoku blocks. Maybe you can just rush jet your way through. Like, hold a pose. Look at me, I'm mocking my brother. Oops, spoilers! Wait, isn't Gemini Laser able to one-shot these? No, well, two-shot. Close enough, I guess. Oh, sweet, another life. Oh, this maybe does feel like Mega Man 5. Oops. Oh, there we go. Give myself a bit of a head start, I suppose. Alright, so the thing about Rush Jet in Mega Man 3 is that it uses energy when you're on it. But if you keep jumping, Rush Jet follows you, and you do not use up energy. Because you're technically not on Rush Jet at the time. But everyone knows you're on it. It's just cheesing it. Alright, I need Spark for this. Yeah, this guy's AI is pretty predictable. Oh hey there, Red, good to see you. Any urban legends? I don't know if around here. Like, maybe, like, urban legends related to, God, you know, folk tales, that kind of thing. I'm sure there's an awful lot of them. Like, but around here, not many. Alright, Magnet Missile. Jesus, that sounds really heavy. Hard man with an unfortunate name. I mean, it could be worse. Could have been called Easy Man. Even though Hard Man himself is not that easy. Oh, not Marine. Why am I picking Marine? There is one weapon that's really good against those Knuckle Joes, and sadly you get it here. Are you talking about that urban legend about, like, somebody, like, kidnapping people, drugging them, putting them in an ice bathtub, and stealing their kidneys? That's like in that movie Urban Legends. That's where that urban legend is from. The movie Urban Legends. I'm starting to think this is a bad idea. Okay, not necessarily. That Metal is trying its best. Operating heavy machinery. Only to get purged for it. See ya. Oh, this terrain's the worst to fight Proto Man. Logically, they'd steal your kidney. Why stop at the kidney? I guess if they, like, took somebody's kidney, at least that person would still be alive. Maybe there's, like, a high price for kidneys? I don't know. I never worked in the black organ market. Hey there, Night Fox. Good to see you. I'm usually too busy to, like, dabble in the organ market. What? It messes with the magnet missiles in this mode. Maybe there's just a higher demand for kidneys than any other organ. I don't know. I'd rather not worry about that. Anyway, I got a hard knuckle. And now for Snake Man. I was at somebody else's stream, I think it was Fox's stream, and she brought up a very interesting point. You know Snake Man's level, and most of the level itself is just made up of snakes. Especially the ground you walk on, some of those enemies you shoot. And Snake Man is modeled after a snake, but has a level mostly snakes. Like, just imagine if Snake Man was a human, and all you see is just like human skin and flesh along the walls. It'd just be like something out of Jeepers Creepers. That shit would be messed up. It's like the gingerbread man living in the gingerbread house. Like, is the house made out of flesh, or is he made out of house? And he screams, or he does not know. Kinda wish I came up with that myself, but I think that was a Cyanide and Happiness comic. At least the comics are still good, because I found that the YouTube videos nowadays have kind of fallen off. Like, they're not as much watched anymore. Excuse me. Thank you for letting me up here. But I think Hard Knuckle works really well against the Knuckle Joes. Yeah, it takes them out on one hit. If you can hit them. It's not always the best weapon. But at least it's not the worst. Whoop! At least in the Mega Drive version, they made this tower look more like it's modeled after snakes. Like, the NES version is just a freaking silo and nothing else. It just seems kind of boring. What the frick? What if I just skip the rest of the level? Do not engage with this well-designed stage, cause these enemies will piss you off. I can't sing for shit, so I'm not even gonna try. Alright, let me get the needles ready. Yeah, that's a casual thing to say in a stream chat. Let me get the needles ready. It's not like I'm doing a medical roleplay or anything. I'm now on a list. I've probably been added to like a few lists on Twitter, mostly for like Let's Players or content creators. I never really check those lists for other people because, I don't know, I don't like being nosy. Like, every time I hear about somebody having no face, I'm reminded of those Wishmaster movies that were practically snuff as you can get. And, like, they steal someone's identity by, like, killing the person, and then peeling off their entire face, and wearing it on themselves. I can't believe there was like 4 of those movies, too. Oh, thank God for Shadowblade in this part. I'm gonna climb up this ladder. I think I got my name from, like, a country singer, Clint Black. Usually when I tell people my name, they think I'm named after Clint Eastwood. I'm like, no. Yeah, the first one was theatrical and the rest went straight to video. Kind of like the Boogeyman movies, too. I'm pretty sure Boogeyman 2 was not at theaters. Uh-oh. That one was going for it. Why does it stop there? They always continue to go straight forward in the NES version. I hate the Magma Missiles now. Clint Black is a country singer, yes. Because Mom really liked country. Ah, I thought I was gonna get through that. Relatively unscathed, but I was wrong. Ah, leave me alone! Wait, I'm not at max lives. He's like, why do we put a double digit there? Eh, whatever. Just leave it in. It doesn't have a use. Just a lull into a false sense of security, I guess. Whoop. Do I remember your name? Sadly, I don't. I'm really sorry. I'm not always the best with names. Like, usually the people that are really close to me, I remember. Yeah, Aubrey, okay. Oh, wow, I thought you were gonna jump! Now you jump, you little prick. No, I did it again. Oh my... Oh, you fucker! I got him! I wish since you started YouTube, you jerk, how are we not friends? Because, like, I don't know everybody's names on there. Like, sometimes they have different names. Okay, that's... Oh no. It happened again. There, shoot him in the head. Well, thanks for the support, I do appreciate it. I told people earlier on stream, like before I got started in gameplay, I'm looking to redo Pokemon Yellow because there were some things in that Let's Play I didn't like. So, we're just gonna start with a new leaf on that one. I think it was for the best. So you can look forward to that tomorrow. Okay, I do like this background. Like the night sky for this. It's actually more fitting than the daytime setting. And also, I feel Aubrey is a really nice name. The story how you got your name, doctors actually told my mother to have an abortion because her health could have been affected. They basically decided against doctor's advice and thankfully it's the right decision. Yeah, I'm glad that happened too, because here you are. Oh right, another E-Tank. For as much as Needleman stage tends to suck, it does spoil you with E-Tanks. Because they know. They know what they did. Alright, what was the weakness for the Airman one? I think it was Spark. Yep, it was Spark. Ow. If I need anything, it's Rush Jet. Because you're going to be using that a lot here. Yeah, we don't have those hot dogs here in Canada, because Joey Chestnut would probably eat them all. I don't know, like, how the hell, like, hot dog eating contests can still be a thing. Eating as if they have free healthcare. Because, I mean, look at all those nitrites you're getting in your system. Granted, hot dogs are not the worst thing you can eat, but that many in a short period of time, humans are just not meant for that. Like, if I ate 2 or 3 hot dogs, I'd probably be miserable for almost all day. People play Time Spinner might know my name if they watch the credits. I I play Time Spinner. It's a pretty good one. Ah! I almost fell. You can also choke on hot dogs? I mean, you can choke on almost anything that's solid. That's why you should always take your time when you eat. We're not even at the worst Docbots either. Wait, what is the weakness for these things with a snake? Well, I guess we'll never know, because it's too wide a hitbox to go after. No, I'm pretty sure the weakness of that giant meat tool is not sex. Doesn't even have a lower torso. How can it hope to perform? Well, don't answer that. I'm sure if you're creative enough. I think the weakness for this boss is Hard Knuckle, which is ass to use? Because it's the Crashman version? Yeah, the hitbox doesn't even show up! Okay, maybe that wasn't it. Oh, maybe it's Needle. Needle helps. Alright, gonna take my time on this fight, because the actual weakness is shit. Get out of here. I think you did tell us during the Crazy Castle 2 stream. Alright, Gemini Man Docbots. God, it's not even 3 hours streaming. And I'm already getting pretty deep into Mega Man 3. There's probably a fan game where one of the weaknesses is literally shit. I mean, if there is a fan game where you can, like, beat bosses using literal feces, then maybe Nintendo has a good idea on how they approach fan games after all. Which, I mean, to be fair, they hardly take down any fan games unless they're charging money for it. Like, all those tales are that they take down every fan game imaginable. That's just over-exaggeration. I don't know what that gave me, but I'm pretty sure it was awful. Oh, that's right, you refill all your weapons when you go through the Docbot stages. Why did I think you don't? Seriously? Come on now, game. See that to Mega Man base it doesn't refill weapons after each stage? I usually remedy that by not talking to video games because they're not real. They're not people. So I don't have anything to say to them. Okay, so this boss... I think Needleman's weapon helps? Remember this one sucking. Oh, it really helps. See ya. Hope you didn't run out of rush coils. Imagine if you ran out of rush coils and rush jet doing this. Oh, alright. What? Huh? That was weird. Why didn't you just tell me earlier? Oh, we're at the spawn point of that enemy. I know Rush Marine is a thing, but you could probably just use Rush Jet and be better. Like, they did Rush Marine a disservice in 3. Like, the things where you can use Rush Marine for, you can still use Rush Jet for. So what was even the point of that? Ow. These creatures are in here too. Can't see the cracks of where they spawn from in this very well. Alright, I do have the weakness for this boss. You know what the weakness is for this boss? I'll tell you. It's Rush Jet. Watch this. This is what I learned on somebody else's stream. Oh no! It's different in this one. In the NES version, as long as you don't hit the ground, that attack cycle does not start again. Like, it just stands there. They fixed it in this one. Hey Conria, good to see you. We're on to the Mega Man 3 part of Mega Man The Wily Wars. We already beat games 1 and 2 earlier. So, I don't see there be any problem going into Wily Tower on this stream too. How's the weather out there? It's gray, misty. Just pretty much a day that ends in Y until it's summer. It's like, well, you have less snow. Yeah, but I kind of want to see the sun. People tend to forget the sun exists. Yeah, these platforms are not as sensitive either. He was born in Nova Scotia and need to visit? I'm sure Nova Scotia is pretty cool. I drove... Well... I was there with my family. We were, like, on the way to Labrador City. And we drove through parts of Nova Scotia. It was alright, but I was only 7 at the time. I think Needle is actually good here, too. Or is it Snake? I think it might be Snake, actually. Oh, this Dockbot is the worst. Because you have to be so precise. More so than usual on regular Woodman. To jump the Leaf Shield. In the original Mega Man 3, it's really bad. Oh, thanks for nothing. Oh, you fucker. Alright, time to whip out the Rush Jet for this too. Oh, thank God you can't get knocked off on this. And then every Rush Jet afterwards was just the inferior one. I was hoping that'd give me extra energy. Alright, so I think Top Spin was needed for the Heatman variant. Oh yeah, that's very helpful. Jeez, you have to be so precise. Like, just right along the edge. Awkward silence. And now for Breakman. Ooh, gee, I wonder who that is. See ya. I will give chase eventually. Oh, that is awful. Why'd I have to wait so long? Oh no! Right after we received the last element, Wily ran off with Gamma. Look at them eyebrows. They're like wipers. Alright, get on with it, game. It shouldn't loop that many times. Actually, I think Gemini Laser works against these goons. Nice! Took out 2 of them with 1 shot. Love when that happens. Whoa! That recoil. That could have been dangerous. It's not like Mega Man 1, where you have no iframes on spikes. How many E-Tanks do I have? I have 6. I think I can skip that one. Come on, seriously? Am I gonna do the Mew glitch again? No. I'm just gonna skip that one just to avoid using an overpowered Pokemon like— Whoa! Okay. Just push me around like that. That's cool. Oh, wrong weapon. Oh no, I put all my vital circuitry in these turtles that I keep releasing. How could I have let this happen? Awkward silence. Why is it just this screen that feels like it's dying? It just lulls. I always found that so weird. Alright, the bees again. Thank you for dropping nothing for me. I always appreciate that I get no help from these scums. Jeez, you're not giving me enough E-Tanks there, video game? Alright, gotta take on the Yellow Devil Mark II. This one took its estrogen, as you can see. It's living the life it wanted. Oh! God, I'm fucking up here. I think I could have gotten another one there. Yep, you can get 2 per cycle. Ooh, okay, that pattern was a little tightly packed. Speed doesn't feel very consistent. Got it. There, now we don't have to deal with the devil again until 8? Like, I'm talking about the console versions, not the handhelds. Get out of here. Yeah, Green Devil was an 8. I don't really count Mega Man and Base because it's not a numbered one. Like, I just treat that as its own thing. Yeah, it's certainly 1 and 9, yeah, but I'm talking about the next one since 3. Can I just use Mega Missiles here? There we go. Now I have sight. Actually, I could have done it on the other one. Nope, nope, not wasting my time on you. You have nothing for me. That was close. It was closing in. Okay, you can jump through them on the sides, but not from the bottom. I'm just gonna forget about these things. I'm just gonna go straight to the boss. Alright, you start from the top. Oh, I fucked up. Oh no, it's the top again! It was always the same pattern on the NES. They changed it up here. Alright, boss rush level. Today, game. Yeah, I think I'm good. He didn't even get to throw the junk. Why does this game seem like molasses? It's the PAL. It's on PAL speed. Because this was only released in PAL regions. It just stands there. Doesn't even get a weapon to throw at me. Like it gets taken out before it even falls. Alright, Needleman. So remember when I said, talking about the Metal Blade actually hurting its own creator? Imagine that for every Robot Master in 3. Every Robot Master in Mega Man 3 is weak to their own weapon. But I'll use the actual weakness because it's easier to aim. You just go straight. How can you mess that up? Alright, now I actually have your weakness. Imagine if that laser was still there. Look at me, I'm hard. Actually, don't take that out of context. Why did it stop again, you fuck? God, these missiles suck. Oh, hey, James. Good to see you as well. We're almost finishing with Mega Man 3 here, and then we gotta do Wily Tower. Thank you. Yeah, Topspin's weapon ammo is just crazy now. The opposite of what it was on the NES. Alright, Sparkman. And now, last but not least, Snake Man. Oh wait, no. You. Why do I talk to my weapon loadout as if it's people? Nice. What weapons do I need? Probably Magnet. I may not even use Magnet. What is the lowest I have right now? Hey, King Wolf. I'm doing well for a Monday. Almost done with this part of the game, then it's on to Wily Tower. Looking forward to Mega Man The Sequel Wars. That's a fan game, right? Also, hey there, Cajun Red. Ooh, an E-Tank. Wait, I'm full on E-Tanks too! Come on. Alright, first phase. Alright. Hard Knuckle is next. Got him. I'm poison! It's radical, man! I'm crazy. Cause all I think about is world domination. Goodbye. I wish my neck was that flexible. Alright, I'm full on everything I could need. Hey. That was all you got? Alright, it's either snakes or tops. You can use up one or the other. Got him. I just spin right into the glass. What? 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 Could this be an issue with the patch? Oh, this shit looks fucked. What if I beat him with the snakes? Let me see what happens this time. I mean, I got the game beat. I can move on to Wily Tower right now. But I kinda wanna see this through. This is the encore mode. There, I got him. The rock falls! What is this? I make some kind of hazy effect when I jump too. What the fuck? I think I was already clipped. It's raining rocks. Hallelujah. Make it rain. Oh, I think we hit a bug. Alright, well, the game is already beaten, so. God darn it! Why won't you die? Maybe that's a side effect of the patch I used? I don't know. Well, it's registered anyway because the patch lets me play all 4 games. You metallic moron! I'm not finished with you yet. I still have a few 100 tricks up my sleeve. These 3 robots were specially designed to smash you like a tin can.
Frustrated isn't the goddamn word for it!
Try not to go to pieces, Mega Man. Ha 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 ha, ellipsis. Alright, time to take on Son Goku, man. Alright, so I can equip any item or weapon I choose. Mega Man, take the items. Okay, there we go, that's better. Rush Jet. Rush Coil. And I guess item 1. Now I can take weapons. I'll take Rolling Cutter. Firestorm. Thunder Beam. A Quick Boomerang. Metal Blade. Air Shooter. I'm thinking Snake. And maybe Needle. So you can really experiment with your preferred weapons when you go against pretty much every enemy from Mega Man's 1 through 3. Nothing for the walls? I mean, I could just Rush Jet. It's kind of for the walls. Whoop! Have I seen the colorized Mega Man 5? I've seen it. Never played it. I think they got one for Kirby's Dream Land 2 as well. Oh, for the breakable walls! I forgot about that. I'm just gonna assume that whatever is important is not behind any of them in this level. As long as I keep telling myself that, I won't feel bad about my choice. Look at the teeth on that thing. Unfortunately, I don't get to carry over E-Tanks from previous games, so we're going raw again. Why am I not using any of the weapons I brought? It's just Mega Man 101. If you got him, smoke him. Oh, I jumped in register. That was weird. Oh, that's not gonna work. I should probably just use the Buster. Ow. And we're already at that stage of regret. I bet there was something good behind that. Let's see if I got the right weapon loadout for this boss. Maybe you're flammable. No, you're not flammable. Nope, electricity doesn't work. I think he doesn't like the metal blade. Again, he may not like anything I throw at him. Definitely doesn't mind the snakes. Okay, needles work. Yeah, but then you gotta aim them. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna die this run. What am I doing? Like, it was vulnerable. Oh, I didn't know it could go straight down? I've never seen it do that before. And now I know. I need tank. I'll find another one later, I'm sure. Yeah, just gotta be patient with that attack. Nope, don't do that. Wait till I'm not ready, too. What a jerk. Actually, can I just use the rush jet? Oh god, he even aims it up there too. Well, that was a good way to do extra damage. You better surrender for now. Mega Water S, the Kappa. I'm gonna swap out the rolling cutter And I'm gonna put in Hard Knuckle. Seemed a little redundant, honestly. Let's see if this approach is better. Just hope I pick the right one. If it's gonna be something stupid where only this weapon works on that particular wall, because that would be pretty dumb. Alright, metal blades it is. We start cleaving through shrimp. Look, those shrimp need to be deveined, okay? Even though that's not really a vein, you're like peeling off the shrimp. I think it's the poop sack. You don't want to eat that. Ooh, how did I not die there? Well, it's a good thing I took the hard knuckle in that case. Ow. Give me that. I have a mighty need for E-Tanks. Princess Rescue 3, I hope you enjoy it. I hope they make it pretty good rather than just more of the same from the other two. Ooh, I want that. That'll make up for the life I lost earlier. Ah, jump scare fish.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Give me the health. Thank you. I knew that'd be another surprise fish. Thought you could just take the birds with you. Let's see what beats you. Not that. Oh, it has a shield. Stop putting your shield up, you jerk! Okay, so that's not the weakness. Oh, you piece of garbage. It's not even a hard fight, it just looks like more like a slog than anything. Maybe the air shooter will do something. Nope. Needle, no. Fire didn't do it either. Hard Knuckle? Nope. Quick Boomerang. Well, I whipped on all four. Buster fight it is, then. At least it stopped using the shield. Oh, spoke too soon. It mocked me the last second. Alright, Hyperstorm G is next. Hang on, did I get an email? I think it's about my phone. Well, while that's loading, let me swap out the Quick Boomerang. I'm gonna give the Ice Slasher a try, because I don't have that covered. Maybe I'll swap out Needle for... I'm gonna give Wood Shield a try. It says the goods are on the way. Oh, is it gonna arrive at my house tomorrow? Is that it? It just says on the way. Doesn't estimate when it's going to arrive. Oh, it's just giving me a tracking number. Oh, cool. Alright. At least I still have one E-Tank for later. Let's see if I need it for this fight. I think this one has 2 health bars. Because it's big. Really? This again? Dual Blades? Never heard of it. Whoa. Close shave. Ah! Bricks. If you're not gonna drop extra lives for me, I don't want you guys around, alright? Stupid rodents. Into the pit you go. Oh, this part. Uh-oh. That was close to the conveyor belts. And that one doesn't do anything either. What? I still don't understand how it's able to throw it after it's already gone. Life's little mysteries. That's it? All for an extra life? Alright, now I gotta go back. I mean, that's easy to get. The hardness might be here. Okay, never mind. You know what, screw it. Let's just rush jet our way through. Let's see if this bacon needs to be cooked. Oh, fire seems to work. Okay. I'll just roast the pig whole. There, we made it to the actual tower itself. You steam a good ham. God, I remember, like, that AI generated a steamed hams thing on Twitch. I used to spend, like, lots of time on there. But now, it just feels like it kind of got boring. So the Steam was limited after all, apparently. I guess people just moved on from it. Think Chalmers ever buys the bullshit? Probably just to keep the peace. You could probably just fire Skinner anytime. Oh yeah, we're not engaging with this. I thought I wedged Rush Jet in there like it's Austin Powers. Trying to steer a car. Oh, only Crash Bomber works on that wall. That's stupid. Well, I guess I'll miss what's down there. That's a shame. If only I had memorized this entire game. I might have gotten it then. But alas, it wasn't meant to be. Oh, it's mighty hot over here. Come back. Please come back. Wait, why am I waiting? I can just do this. Skipping the challenge of the— Ow. Hey there, Moogle Master. Good to see you. We are on to the Wily Tower part of Mega Man: The Wily Wars. Ooh, close one. Ah, I should have grabbed it for Rush Jet. Tactical error was made. Won't be doing that again. Excellent. That's why I grabbed the Thunder Beam. Wait, it's another E-Tank with a 1-up? Oh, man. I bet that would have been the way back. Is it? You know what? I'm just gonna go forward. Why am I bothering with this? Oh, why'd I pick Coil? That's an oopsie. Thanks for the boost, damage. Playing a lot of Double Dragon Reloaded alternate lately. Band game where Dota Superstars and Double Dragons 1 and 2 for the arcade crossover. Oh yeah, because I remember like Technos did a WWF game. Oh, the Fire Durg. That's not the weakness. That's kinda a weakness. Well, go with that, I guess. Up the bouncy. Ow. I need to use my E-Tank here. That's not gonna be good. That could have been good for later. Damn it, I'm just constantly getting hit. Oh, so close. Was I better off just using the Buster? Oh my god. Oh, that rots me. Maybe I should take both the Crash Bomber and the Hard Knuckle. So I'm gonna have to give up Wood Shield. We're not making that mistake several times again. Oh, Christ almighty, thank you for this wondrous 1-up. Lord knows I could use it. Now an E-Tank on the other hand I could use more. Oh god, it's hard to tell what's the background and what isn't. Oh, this could be anything. Oh! Big rip. Waste of a Crash Bomb. It could even be a boat! We always wanted one of those! Let's take the box instead! Wow, air shooter doesn't do much damage to the bubble bats? Wow. That's weird. Uh-oh. How do I feel about bats these days? In real life, I don't mind them as long as they don't bite me, because, you know, I don't want to get rabies. But in video games, I still dislike them. Because if I lose that part of me, then my whole bit's dead. Did I not test Ice Slasher for any boss? I forgot I took that with me. Oh, fuck off, game. Could you at least give me an E-Tank in one of those? Now you're just teasing me. Okay, speaking of E-Tank, there's one. Oh, but I gotta walk back, so... See, there's a bit of a consequence to grabbing it. You thought it was worth it? I guess again. Try not to die on the way here. This music sounds like credits for a 16-bit JRPG. Better than anything from Mega Man. What an odd music choice. It's so too happy-go-lucky for a Wily stronghold. So that was a choice. Don't know why they went with that, but alright. I don't know what they were shooting at, it just disappears into the unknown. Oof, that's jarring when that changes. Oh, swish. Ow. I think I'm doing well for lives. Oh yeah, I'm doing plenty well. Let me see if I can find the weakness. The ball. Oh shit. this? So you have to aim upward. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I have to wait for it to disappear! Like, what if Gemini Man but ball? That's what that is. Man, these levels don't feel very short. I think I'm satisfied with what I'm bringing. What if I just skip the tops? And then move on to bottoms. Wait, what? Not those tops. I think Air Shooter would be good against the apes. Good enough. I'll take it. Why do they take so many hits, those stupid apes do? Kinda rude. How dare you believe in self-preservation? Oh. I thought the other path would have the items. Since there's imminent danger to get to them. I guess I was wrong. Well, at least I have more insurance for the later part of the tower. There we go. Now I can see what's up there. Up! It doesn't like the turbines that much. Are you kidding me? More of these? You know what? I'll just take a hit. I don't give a fuck. What do I have a shortage of? Well, I guess this for one thing. Maybe more hard nucleus would be good. Alright, let's see if we... Oh, that's a bust. How about this one? Wow, they were like the same thing! What a ripoff. I went through all this trouble to come here, and this is how you repay me? That one did more for me. What a con job. Alright. Ah! Not alright. What is that dragonfly even doing? That flight pattern seemed more erratic than I thought. Now, let's see what we got here. Oh, I think I know what this is. It's you again. Nope, it's not ice. Is it gonna touch me with that? I think we're fine. Uh-oh. No, no! Okay, you can actually jump past that. I thought that was solid on the bottom. Got him. Got in the blind spot. Mega Man, those platforms are still falling. You should go. Thank you. Alright, last section. Bet you could fool me with that. I played Mario 1. I know a thing or two about surprise fish. Can't say I'm really a fan of this part of the level. Hazards everywhere. Oh, hey, Proto Man. Just leaves. I just wanted to blow up a floor, okay? Don't deny me the simple pleasure of blowing shit up. Oh, that missile just tracks. What? Hold on, can Thunder Beam deal with the rockets at least? I think it can. Okay, it can just fine. Oh yeah, I can deal with the legs too. Even if they're in the way. I know I could just ride the hands, however... That did not hit me. Oh, it just tries to push you, but it doesn't hurt. And what if I just cheesed it like this? Just keep shooting its eyes out. I can outlast you! Ah, just blocked it. You think you can stop me now? I have the strat. You can't even knock me off this thing! I have a better bond with my dog than Nina Tucker does with hers. I'm gonna have to use an E-Tank here. Wow, that Thunder Beam has really paid off, huh? It looked pathetically easy. If you take the wrong weapon, it does get harder. Also, hey there, MBJK, good to see you. You just showed up at the time I, finished this game. Oh no, that was a load-bearing boss! Oh, it looks like we get a sizzle reel for pretty much every boss. So, wow, it took me around 4 hours of streaming, but I beat all 4 games of, Mega Man The Wily Wars. I didn't think I'd be able to get it done in about that time. And somehow I did. Honestly, it just feels very different from when I Let's Played it, because I use a different speed than the PAL speed. And it really shows. Well, at least you can play this game on Switch Online if you want to. Oh boy, I'm gonna need a rest after this. But we're still not even done with the stream, because we gotta pick the raffle for the game after Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Think Limited Run made a physical copy of the North American version? Oh, fuck Limited Run. There's like We don't like fear of missing out either, but our business model is based on fear of missing out. You might have to wait 6 months or even a year for a physical copy of a game you requested. I think they're still cashing in on that mighty number 9 for the 3DS kind of deal. Because the 3DS store closed before that game came out. I'm gonna scooch over. If you shoot me now, there will not be a Mega Man 4.